Hello, 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 everyone. How are all of you? I just really needed to do something other than Pokemon here, and things I was wanting to try and do. There were some technical difficulties, so we're doing other things. Although I did get a uh, just because I want to get frontline roulette out of the way. Actually, well, it's still probably hopping a little bit. But I did get a shiny Heracrossing while I was off stream, just working on my Pokedex, and boy, is that thing purple. That was a shade of purple I didn't know exactly existed. problem with this position is we are very easily able to be pinched between Maelstrom and Flames. I see you over there. Okay, so we currently have control of the A rank. Well, crap. Everyone there's just down out of range. Okay, now I just gotta wait for the new nodes to spawn. Our main forces will be taken south because that's in line with them. Okay. Flames are pushing us hard to the south. that minute's dead, so pull back, wait for next. Or we can just win. I'll take that. I'll take that all day long. And I've already done this one. I do need to finish this up by tomorrow. Too much to do and just not enough time. Let's see here. So originally what I was going to do is I was going to sit down and start playing through the campaign of Modern Warfare 2 was my original plan for tonight. But there was a 40 gig update that I needed to download, and Ian was going, start without updating. I said, nope, piss off. Much pain was had. Ow. It's okay for not paying attention for just a moment. Not that I'm exactly always paying the best of attention to anything, but... But hopefully here soon I will have the Pokedex completed, and so we'll have the occasional shiny hunt stream.
Your ether is mine! Breathe deep of your death! You must die! My blade thirsts for blood. Protect me, my minions!
I live in despair. You can't give me a taste of what I already experience on a regular basis. You can piss right on off with that shit.
Mortals. Come, fill your lungs. No, I will not be defeated by you!
Okay, that takes care of that. Some coin is always good. Oh wait, I didn't even queue into the next thing. I've already done Alliance Raid, so Brentland's done, Alliance Raid is done. Expert is done. Okay, what's next on the list? I will do another expert. Just need 3. That's it. had them training. Oh crap, I forget what I was getting from here. I gotta see what each one of those is worth and see which it is that I'm after. 'Cause I don't remember what I should be buying. That's 6K a piece. Almost 7K a piece. Also almost 7K. So far, the Vanadinite, I think, would be my best bet. Yeah, the Vanadinite, I think, is my best bet. Oh, never mind. Now we got this one again. Getting close to the new season of Destiny starting. We're getting close to having a new chapter of this coming out. No, no, it is not. It will not be.
Breathe deep of your death. You must die! My blade thirsts for blood. Protect me, my minions! I give you a taste of true despair! Stubborn mortals! Come, fill your lungs. No, I will not be defeated by you!
So they both decided to use it about the same damn time. is it? No, that's not the one I wanted to bring back out. Illusion 1 can go back. We want to speak with Illusion 2. If I can put them up for sale and get something out of them, might as well do it that way. $4 million. Yeah, no. I didn't leave the 4,000. I mean, 4,000 is at least a believable number. Oh, I didn't key myself in for anything. That's dumb of me. Let's fix that. Okay. Trying to think of what I want to go do next here in game. me switch, damn it.
Oh, it's going to be a long night. Whoa! Your end is near. Beg for mercy. Your death will be all the sweeter. In darkness blooms the spider lily. From mortal husk, I rise anew. Suffused with night, I shall prevail.
I think I should be over here.
Beg for mercy. In moonlight's chill shine petals pale. Whoa! Beg for mercy. Whoa! No. No. Not yet. Not yet. I'll grind you under my heel. I'll grind you under my heel! Whoa!
Okay. Hey, Nath Dog, how are you? I'm doing good myself. Let's see. Just woke up though. Still a little tired. Fair enough, fair enough. I would be too if I just woke up. It's been there. I've just been trying to. My original plan for that was to play the campaign for Modern Warfare 2, but when I went to go start that, found I had a 40 gig update that I need to do, and that was going to take a while. So I was like, shit. What do I do? I don't want to play more Pokemon at the moment. So I decided on getting some roulettes done because I probably won't finish them this week unless I streamed it, so. Okay. $40. I really do need. Oh, it went. I mean, not much. I worked and then I started streaming. Really hasn't been much more to it than that. Although while I was working, I did play some Pokemon, trying to finish up the Pokedex and so I can get the Shiny Charm, and did end up finding another Shiny today, so that wasn't too bad.
Hello, buddy.
Hello, how are you?
I am not too bad. Like I say, a little tired since I've just woke up, but that's to be expected.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm usually a
Especially
little...
Sorry, buddy. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm usually a little groggy when I first wake up too, so...
Yeah, I mean, it is what? Just gone 25 to 8 in the morning, so... Well, for me anyway.
Yeah, it's just about to hit 3 a.m. here, so...
Ooh, just trying to think now though, because I am currently playing through Mass Effect Andromeda again.
Okay.
I'm liking this playthrough. I'm pretty much trying to do every little mission that I get before continuing the story. But the more missions I do, the more side missions I'm trying to pick up and complete at the same time.
Yeah.
Which I'm liking because it's fun and it's keeping me entertained, but at the same time, it's sort of like all of the same missions over and over again. Go here, check that, do this, pick up these, hit these rocks, scan the planets.
There's a lot to do on each of those planets.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've settled Vold, I've settled Kadara, I've settled Eos. But each time I think I've got every little side mission done on each planet, I'll go back and then there's more to do, and it's like, oh, come on.
Yep. Sounds right.
Yeah. So, I mean, I've done the vault on Eos, I've done the vault on Vold, I've done the vault on Haval, I've done the vault on Kadara. I'm just trying to think where else I've done the vault. Unless that's all of them, for now at least. I know I'm currently on Eladin, I think it is, trying to settle that, if that's possible.
I think there's a total of 4 or 5 vaults. I can't remember exactly off the top of my head.
I'm pretty sure there's a vault on Eladin because there is monoliths, which could mean there's a possibility to settle there. I found one of the missing arts. So she said, "See you, mother."
I have to say it looking verse.
I know recently there was a kind of a community push for them to, since this next Mass Effect game is coming back to the Milky Way, that they'll actually revisit Andromeda and try to actually wrap everything up.
I'm hoping there's some sort of like DLC for it and everything like that, because I do want to see where that game goes, or maybe a second one where your choices have actually had an impact on the planets and what has happened since. Obviously, I have completed it, but this is like a rejog of my memory, basically, because I have no idea what happens at the end of the story.
What, at the end of Andromeda?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm pretty much playing through it now. Like I say, I'm replaying I'm not on the game at the minute, but I'm replaying the story to Andromeda to rejog my memory.
Yeah, I won't ruin any of it for you, but there's a lot of things that they don't wrap up. There originally had been planned DLC for it that got scrapped due to how many people didn't like Andromeda.
Yeah.
Which then got turned into some books, which still left a whole bunch of questions.
Well, I never read the books. I'm not a massive reader, but then again, I went and bought myself 10 of the Assassin's Creed books from Amazon, so, you know, I've got well, let's say each book has about 500 words. That's 10 by 5, that's about what? 500? No, about 5,000 words? Nearly. Roundabout. Is it? Let me have a look.
I mean, 5,000 words isn't that much, really. 5,000 words usually comes out to being about 30 pages, 40 pages.
Yeah. Oh well. But yeah,
Um,
that's 5,000 words. That's not per book though. I mean, like 500 words per book, which is not too bad. And each of them have got over 300 pages. I would have thought.
I mean, pretty much the average novel is usually about 130,000 words. That's pretty much kind of like a baseline for publishers.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think now. Not words exactly, but I know each of these books kind of like has over 500 pages in them, so it's sort of like around about that number, 500 pages in each of these Assassin's Creed books that I've got.
Those would actually be fairly long, even for merchandise novels. That's fairly long.
Yeah, there's 10 of them as well, so it's like 5,000 pages. I'm just hinting at a ballpark. If we say each book has about 500 pages, I've got 10 books, which would make like 5,000 pages in total. And like I say, I really don't read, so this is going to be a pain in the ass for me to get through them all. I haven't even started any of them yet because I need a bookmark or something like that, so I'm not losing my place in the books.
Well, that's the nice part about Kindles is it's automatically bookmarked where I'm at. But I generally read at least 1 or 2 books a week.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start reading these books because
an old kind of garbage sci-fi series I read as a kid finally came out on Kindle, so I picked up all 124 novels and have been working my way through it all year so far. I'm about halfway through that series.
Fair enough. But yeah, it is what it is. Like I say, I got these off of Amazon. These Assassin's Creed books.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm just gonna have a little look, see how much these actually cost me all in all.
I don't know, I probably have them myself. I just need to eventually get around to reading them.
Yeah, that's like me. I got them a while ago, but never actually got round to reading them.
Yeah, that's more or less how most of my library is. It's like, oh, you have 4,000 books in your Kindle library. I've read a small fraction of that. Although granted,
pardon me.
Then again, a large fraction of that were bought on sales or were free. So
yeah, fair enough.
Because I signed up for a newsletter that tells me about sales for different books and giveaways that are books that are free on Amazon.
Yeah, I'm just trying to... Yeah, there we go. There they are. It only cost me, obviously, in pounds, it cost me £23.49. So, not too bad for 10 of a well-known series of games, book-wise. Not too bad at all. Don't know how much that'd be in, you know, dollars or anything like that, so...
Going off about what the last conversion rate I knew about was, that should be about $34, $35. Doesn't mean that's accurate, just means that that's the last rate I knew.
Let's go. Neater than that. And that's a vampire skin.
Kneel to the might below!
Oh. Move out of the bad stuff. Oh. Just though, be careful about bugs and on Andromeda. Make sure to keep lots of manual saves.
Oh, I already know about that, but I you know, overwrite my manual save every so often with the bugs and everything like that with Andromeda, so...
No, you
I'm
want
good.
multiple manual saves. Don't just overwrite your one.
Well, I've had no problems so far, but I might have to make a second or a third one at least.
I would actually generally say every time you manually save, make it a new one. I have run into issues where I've had to go back many manual saves because a bunch of them got corrupted by a bug.
Oh, wow.
Basically, there was one point in the game where I died, and it removed all my levels. All of them.
Oh, no.
Removed all my gear, all my levels. I was back at level 1. And I mean, we're basically at in the end game of the game. And so that was not a good place to be. So I had to keep going through save files, and even some of my manual saves have been corrupted, and I lost like about 8 hours of work or so.
Oof. That's not good at all.
No, that was not. That was not a fun spot to be at.
An
Yeah, I can kind of tell that can't have been that fun.
I was just like, load back up. It's like, wait a minute, where's my skills? Where's everything?
Okay, I guess the question is now, obviously you've got all the different classes that they put into Mass Effect Andromeda, from soldier to tech to engineer or what have you and all that. What did you decide to do your playthrough as on Andromeda?
I usually just go as soldier.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Soldier.
Mainly just because I like the variety of weapons I'm able to use.
Yeah, I mean, I do like that, and I think it's fine when they can do that. So, you know, but I would like to see what kind of weapons you can use on your other characters, such as, you know, engineer, yeah, and see how you would change your play style, I guess, for those kind of classes as well.
This has gone on long enough.
I mean, I think engineer is
But the
locked
ultimate weapon
to
is all-powerful.
what? Shotguns,
Why does my enemy
submachine
still
guns
stand?
at the start, and
Can her strength
then you gotta
truly
spend
be
up.
so great?
I think you can later unlock some of the other ones as engineer, but it still is very limiting.
La Brea.
Yeah, I think the only kind of character that, well, the only kind of weapon that I wouldn't really use is the shotgun. So, because don't get me wrong, I do like to get up close and personal, but at the same time, I also like to get a little bit of range in there. That, you know, a pistol, an assault rifle, a submachine gun could provide in these sort of games, because I do like the fast-paced nature of it, because you've got your, you know, your dodge with your jetpack or whatever, the jump boost as well, so I do like kind of the fast-paced nature to the battles that it brings, and the fluidity of the battles.
I usually ran with assault rifle, submachine gun, shotgun, and sniper.
The magic
was my general loadout.
has lain dormant for
Do you want me to tell you what my current loadout is?
Okay,
Of
go
what
ahead.
magic do you speak?
Pistol, assault rifle. I haven't needed anything else.
spell without parallel. Ultima.
That is all I've used. Pistol and assault rifle.
The life force.
I haven't used a shotgun. I haven't used a
for the true power of the Ultima
sniper. I haven't used an SMG. I've just stuck with the pistol and assault rifle.
La Brea, what have you done?
And I mean,
I'm just weighing up. That's probably a bad way to put it, but I mean, from the very beginning, I've just stuck with pistol and assault rifle, and it seems to be all I've needed.
The hour is
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that style of doing it.
Behold, but a sliver of my god's power.
No. I mean, it's not like I've needed anything else. I mean, I've taken out, just with the pistol and the assault rifle, I've taken out 2 of the architects that have been in that sort of, you know, on the game that you can fight those massive remnant machines. So, you know.
Now I know of which ones you speak.
Yeah. I've taken out 2 of those. I can't remember what planets I took them out of. Well, took them out on, but I took out 2 of them. I'll put it at that.
This was not my intention.
One on Kadara, I
It
think,
seems
where
the
there's
task of keeping your champion alive
yeah,
has exhausted what strength you had left.
when you get your outpost on Kadara. I'm pretty sure,
Vandelsar,
if I'm remembering
your enemy's shield
correctly,
is broken.
unless it's a different planet, but
The
the
rest I leave
outpost
to you.
commander, I think if that's what you'd call him,
We will speak
is
later.
called Christmas Tate, I think it is.
But
And
first,
I find it weird how we are, you know, how it's called Christmas.
Adventurer, let us find the answer together.
I'm trying to think. Because I think it changes the name depending upon, whether
What
you have it
kind
as
of
a...
outpost?
Yeah.
Whether it's a scientific or military, is that what you're trying to get at?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's another question then. When you on Eos, which is the first planet you settle, of course, what did you choose to put your first outpost as? Because obviously you put your outpost down and it stays as a scientific outpost throughout whichever planet you settle, with pretty much no major, you know, story changes or how would you say it? No major, you know,
Gaze upon
consequences to that decision that you make throughout the story. So I guess it don't really matter what you pick, but I am curious as to know whether you went scientific or military.
I generally went with science. If I remember correctly, it does kind of change how the one race actually kind of treats you.
And by that race of aliens, I'm guessing you mean the Angara.
Yes, that's their name. They view you
Yep.
more suspiciously if you keep doing military outposts.
I mean, I think on my first playthrough, I went military. But on this playthrough, I have gone for a scientific. So
I usually just went science because it's like, okay, I can get upgrades and such, and works a little bit better and fits a little bit more with the overall mission of what we're trying to do here.
yeah. Oh, pardon me.
Should we move to might get a ball.
Oh, pardon me.
You're pardoned.
I'm just... Ooh. Obviously, they are considering a Mass Effect 4. I think it's in production, actually.
It's well into production, actually.
I'm just thinking that's probably only going to be on next-gen consoles with, you know, PS5 and Xbox Series X and S.
Yep, more than likely.
Which is going to suck because I only have the PS4 and the Xbox One.
Well, I mean, you're still probably looking at another year to 2 years left, so...
Who knows, by then we could have a new PlayStation and a new Xbox out.
You'll be... You'll be mid-season, so you'd be looking more like, PS5 Pro or... whatever they call the Xbox Series X .5.
Yeah.
So... But I mean, I'll get it. I'll get the next Mass Effect game. I'm just not happy that they're going back to the Milky Way.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sort of happy they're going back to the Milky Way. I didn't really get the whole idea of going to Andromeda in the first place. But after, you know, replaying through everything, it's sort of like maybe it was for the best that they went to a different galaxy, and I actually would like to see where your decisions and everything else got you for, and, you know, the story and the outcome to Andromeda and how it all played out, and if you were able to actually settle on those golden planets, as they call them.
So fundamentally, the reason why they went and left the Milky Way was because they did not want to actually create a set in stone ending to Mass Effect 3. They also didn't want to go and do any kind of prequel series because all events would then already be set in stone as told by the lore that you find out about history in the original series. So what they figured was, oh, we can avoid all that by just sending... basically, there was a hidden project that was going to send a bunch of people to the Andromeda Galaxy because they didn't think that there was any chance of winning the war against the Reapers.
I guess that makes sense.
And so then they didn't have to set anything in stone about what happened at the end of Mass Effect 3. They didn't have to deal with any of their pre-existing lore that they've already written and try to shoehorn in a story based around that. But now with Mass Effect 4, they've had to declare which ending of 3 was canon.
Yeah, sounds like a bit of a hassle, and I think they did a survey or like went back to Mass Effect 3 to see what players actually chose as their ending, what sort of ending was the most chosen one, is the best way to put it, and I think it was the Destroy the Reapers that came out on top.
Well, destroying the Reapers was actually the easiest, would be the easiest to continue writing from.
I mean, it would be the easiest to continue writing from, but I guess they did, as I was saying, like, I guess they did that sort of, like, going back and survey to to see which choice was the most chosen by the player base. I guess they did that to get a sort of demographic on what the other players did as well, because that way they could definitely visualize what sort of ending they would think would best suit the canon ending as well.
Well, I mean, they didn't have to survey anyone. They already had that data, because basically anyone who linked their account to BioWare for save transfers way back in the day, it was automatically giving them the data of what your choices were.
Yeah.
So they already had all that data. It was just really a matter of, do we really care? What's easiest to write for? What's going to make the most sense? What can we work with the best?
Yeah, I guess to see which one would actually work the best as canon ending, and to see how many of the original trilogy player base would be, I guess, happy with that decision to put that sort of ending as canon. Maybe.
I mean, for the most part, I know, like, they released, they sent out an email like 2 months after Mass Effect 3 had been first released and showed, like, what percentage people had chosen for endings and how many Reapers had been destroyed across the entire world playing through the game. And it was like 73% of people had chosen destruction.
Yeah. I guess the choice there, though, of canon ending, would it, because obviously there's a secret ending, and I don't know if you got that secret ending or not, where Shepard survived the blast?
Well, that's not...
Obviously you get the little end cutscene of Shepard, and he breathes and comes, like, his chest pops out, or it's his hat. It's like a muscle reflex as he's taking his first breath again after the blast.
In the original version of that ending, it was he just merely moved his hand. He was completely covered in rubble, and you saw his hand move. And it wasn't really a secret ending. It was just you had to reach a certain readiness level.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've pretty much maxed out that readiness level, so no wonder he survived.
in the original Mass Effect 3, it was actually impossible to do without doing at least, I think it was 2 rounds of the multiplayer, or utilizing the mobile app.
Yeah, I mean, with a Legendary Edition, I guess they made it easier for the people that didn't have that sort of access to online or multiplayer.
Since they completely removed the multiplayer from the Legendary Edition, they drastically lowered that necessary rating.
Yeah.
So you can actually skip stuff and actually still get that ending now.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think.
Because I think
as well. Because if they do choose the destruction ending, what do you think they would do? Do you think they would stick to Shepard dying and everyone thinking he was dead, or do you think they would actually do the ending where he survives and obviously not make the players Commander Shepard again, but maybe a different character, and they look for Shepard?
From what's been shown so far about what they might be doing with Mass Effect 4, it seems to be a group actually going and finding Shepard frozen in ice.
Yes, I am. Yeah,
So
it feels really rough
it's
to
kind of
touch them.
figured that we're probably playing as Shepard again. Um, from what they have stated, it is 1,000 years in the
27 doesn't have
future.
in it.
So that means that of the original companions, the only ones we've
Yeah,
got
that's
with the
fine.
potential to be alive
All right, thank you.
is
Bye.
Liara and Grunt.
I mean, Grunt is what, tank bred, so he doesn't really have an age. Which does that mean he is sort of
Well,
like, is he some sort of kind of Deadpool type of character where obviously he can die from wounds as such and everything like that, but
well,
is
this is
he
just going off of the average lifespan of a Krogan. Krogans usually can live somewhere between about 1,200 and 1,500 years.
Yeah.
So he would still technically potentially have a chance of being alive. Liara, her race also has a similar kind of lifespan, so she would also potentially be able to still be alive. Rex, unfortunately, I think is already in the 700 range during the games, so more than likely he would actually have perished by the time in the 1,000 years that this game's supposed to take place in the future. And of course, so would pretty much everyone else that you meet and deal with.
Okay, so Rex, is aged between 1,300 and 15 years old at the time during the Mass Effect games.
Oh, so he's
That's what
already close to end of life then.
So that's what it's putting him at. It's saying, although Rex was the youngest tribal leader in 1,000 years, we can assume he wasn't a newborn, and that puts his age at between 1,300 and 1,500 years old, at least. Other than some Asari matriarchs, that would make Rex one of the oldest people in the galaxy.
I mean, not really, because average Krogan lifespan was only like I said, about 1,500, 1,300 to 1,500 years old. So, we really wouldn't put him with that.
I wouldn't know, because in Mass Effect 1, it's no specific age, but he's the oldest of the MA1 crewmates by a significant margin. The game's that he was at least around at the time of the Krogan rebellions, making him likely anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 years old, and that's just in the first game.
Yeah.
So, if he's in Mass Effect 1, if he's at least 1,000 to 1,500 years old, you've got to think.
I mean,
He's definitely near death, near end of his life during Mass Effect 2 and 3. But if he survived those battles, can anything kill Rex?
I mean, yes. He's not immortal, but there's not a whole lot of time that passes from Mass Effect 1 to 2 and 3. That's only a matter of a couple of years.
Yeah.
So, that going from 1 to those doesn't really mean much. It's just, what if we were jumping forward from Mass Effect 3 1,000 years, would he still be alive? And the general answer to that would be probably not, considering that, as far as anyone's able to tell, That's long past what a average Krogan lifespan would be. Because in Andromeda Nakmor Drak, he's like 1400, but he's already, as he's already stating, he's close towards the end of his life to begin with.
Yeah, I think he says that when, you know, we first meet up and Vectra tries to ask him to join the crew at first. If he's like, and babysit some kids, I'm near the end of my life. I don't need that shit, basically.
Yep, pretty much. He's like, I'm too old for that.
I'm too old for that shit.
I mean, in his thoughts, he's basically a grandfather. He's done.
And what is it? It's Hesh, that's his granddaughter, the superintendent on the Nexus.
Yes, I think that's her name.
It's definitely Kesh.
So, and I mean, that's basically, and she's about the only reason he really decides to help you out.
Yeah. I mean, you generally don't have to recruit him, but I love having a Krogan on my team, so I'm always going to recruit a Krogan if I see one.
I mean, he has some funny lines. I also had an interesting bug with him once in my original playthrough of Mass Effect Andromeda. I actually had 2 of him show up in the kitchen.
Oh, wow.
So one was like making a sandwich at the counter, and the other was over at the table. So they had their backs to each other, but they were both standing right there.
I bet that threw you off your game a little bit.
I was like, well, what? And that was actually, in my original playthrough of the game, that was my only bug. And that was when the game first came out. It was only years later when I was streaming the game that I actually had a ton of bugs. Let's see here. But, I don't know. The fact that we seem to be returning to Shepard and coming back to the Milky Way galaxy, it just feels like, rather than actually trying to give us an interesting story, they're just trying to make money off the property.
It could be that, or it could be the fact that because no one actually really likes Andromeda, they've kind of given up on that little project and they're thinking, what's point in trying to make that better when we have an amazing trilogy? Why not go back to that sort of story and try and add a proper ending to the end of Shepard's life?
But see, to me, that goes against artistic license, because that's them giving in to the pressure of everyone going, I want you to do this, rather than going, but we want to do more of this.
Yeah. It's a tough one because on one end you've got the really loyal Mass Effect trilogy game base and players who would have preferred it to stay a much more linear story, that sort of style of gameplay. But then on the other hand, you have got some people that do like aspects from Andromeda, and they would say maybe make it an open world sort of style game with the jetpacks, with the customization. I know customization was in that, but you didn't really get to customize your Kodiak or anything like that from the trilogy. You didn't really get to customize the look of your ship. I know you don't get to do that in on the Tempest either, but
I mean, I'm not really even concerned too much about the mechanics or the customization. So much as just go back and finish up the story in Andromeda. I could care less about the mechanics. I can work with whatever mechanics you want to throw at me. So, but for me, it's just like there's so much they didn't finish answering, and even like I said, even if you read the books, there's still so much that they left undone.
I wonder how many books there are on Mass Effect, because, you know.
So there are, for Andromeda specifically, there are 3. Back in the Milky Way, I do believe there are 4, plus a couple sets of comic books.
Nice. For Mass Effect Revelation, I see Mass Effect Retribution, Ascension. There's quite a few here. Annihilation. Oh, that's an Andromeda one. Annihilation.
Yeah.
Initiation 2, so I'm guessing the Nexus Uprising.
So one of the books covers the uprising on the Nexus.
That'd be Uprising, which is 1. I'm guessing Initiation, which is 2, would be the first arc reaches the Nexus, and then from there on tries settling the planet.
Nope. None of them go over that.
Oh, wow.
So one of them is specifically the uprising on Nexus. The next one is the rebellion leaving Nexus and settling the one planet that they've got their little city on.
Kadar Report.
And the last one is covering doesn't cover finding one of the arcs, but does cover what happened on one of the arcs.
I'm wondering which arc it is, though, because obviously you've got the Natanus, which is the Turian arc. You've got the Solarian arc, can't remember the name of that. And you've got the Asari arc. I think that is all the arcs that I've gone missing.
No, there was another arc that was launched. It just hasn't arrived.
Would that? Oh, that'd be the. I'm trying to think. Would that be? Obviously, you've got Asari. They've got Krogans are already there. Some of the Krogans are already there. You've got Turians. You've got humans. You've got Solarians. You've got Asari. They've got the Hanar. I don't know if they're coming. You've got Drell.
Well, there are 2 of the races that are on the arc that hasn't arrived yet. But basically, you still have it's mainly what's Tally's race?
Oh, the Quarians.
Yeah, it's the Quarian arc, which also has some of the Hanar, the Drell.
I'm just trying to think now. Well, I'm searching it up pretty much.
Theirs was mentioned as being the last one to actually leave in Andromeda, but it hasn't arrived yet.
So you've got the Hyperion, which is a human one, which is the one that we woke up on.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the Louisiana, which is the Asari arc, which was chased and damaged by Ket with about 8,000 stasis pods emptied to evacuate their occupants. You've got the Turian arc, the Pachero, which is a Solarian arc, and then the second wave would be the Keela CI, or CA, however you want to pronounce it, which was the Quarian arc, also designed to carry Drell, Hanar, Batarians, Elcor, and Verlets.
Mm-hmm. It really wasn't a wave 2, it was just, it wasn't ready when the other 4 actually launched, but it did actually launch. It was only behind by like 6 months.
Yeah, the varied biological needs of this art's population created technical complications, so its launch was delayed until after the first wave's departure. It is not expected to arrive in Andromeda for some time. It is later discovered that the Keela, I'll just call it Keela for short because I don't want to butcher its name any more than I already have.
Fair enough.
So the Keela did indeed make it to Helios after Pathfinder Rider hears a distress call from the Ark. The location of the Quarian Ark was not broadcasted as it is currently unsafe for an unknown reason. But we don't know what that unknown reason was or how long it took them to get there.
So it is actually stated if people read the books. Like I said, they're not very far behind. But there were some complications in flight. Which kind of caused part of why they're not there by the end of the game. And it was supposed to be the DLC that was supposed to the DLC that they were going to be putting in were originally planned to be putting into Andromeda was the actual arrival of the Quarian Ark.
Yeah, I had a feeling that would have definitely helped with the story and everything like that. And added to it, let's say.
Yeah.
And obviously, with that
Hello,
lot,
Ragzin.
yeah.
How are you?
And with them saying like, as I've just read, like unsafe. It would have been nice to know why the Ark was unsafe.
A little bit of that is mentioned in the novel, so I won't necessarily ruin those details for you.
Mm-hmm.
But even though I know you don't really read a whole lot, but those details are kind of revealed to a small extent. And I'm doing good, Ragzin. How are you?
That's going to be civil war, right? That was going to be it, so... Yeah,
But I mean,
that's 10.
it's kind of interesting what actually led to all those major events. What actually led up to the uprising on the Nexus, and what happened with the Quarian Ark, and
Yeah, I mean, in game it makes it seem like your choices for some of the choices that you make have got very serious consequences though in Andromeda, and
Well,
they really don't.
I-
It don't really impact the story much. No matter what you do, it's sort of like, well, come on, this is supposed to be,
Well, I mean,
The-
you remember that this was originally planned to have been a trilogy of games. So it may not have made a whole lot of difference in this one entry, but it very well could have been planned out to where, oh, it doesn't seem to make much difference here, but by the time you get around to the actual end of the trilogy, it makes a vast difference.
yeah.
I'm sorry you burned your lips on your breakfast there, Ragson. So, I mean, it's one of those things of, when you kind of look at how they were already planning that it was supposed to be a trilogy, they weren't planning on just making one game and being done.
Yeah. I don't think, to be honest, I don't think BioWare were even planning on making a fourth Mass Effect after the third game.
No, they were by their own admission, when they did Andromeda, they were done with the Milky Way. They were not returning to it.
And then Andromeda failed them miserably, and that's when they thought, you know what, let's go back to the Milky Way.
When EA basically went and canceled everything they had planned to do with the Andromeda Galaxy. And my guess is they need to renew the IP, so they have to come out with the game.
Yeah. And the thought easiest way to do that was Mass Effect 4 back in the Milky Way.
Correct. Or at least that'd be that's the one that they could probably pass the most, past the accountants and get the budget approved.
Oh yeah. But like everyone says, I'd like to see them revisit Andromeda, maybe bring out a little DLC to it and everything else like that. So,
well, I mean, yeah, because you have, because I mean, the Ket are, in a sense, when you actually read up into their lore, they're basically that universe's versions of the Xenomorphs.
mm-hmm.
I don't know how much you know about the Xenomorphs from the Aliens movies, but
Never seen any Aliens movies. Like I said, I don't do very well with horror, with my panic and anxiety attacks.
so
Very, very, very little.
what about the Borg from Star Trek? How they kind of go through and assimilate everyone. The Ket are very similar to that in that they go around and they assimilate everyone or everything into their race. And then they modify themselves with various traits that they find in these other races to improve their own form. And make themselves even more powerful. And they kind of reveal that towards the end of Andromeda that this is basically our big threat for this entire trilogy. This is only just a small portion of that empire that we're dealing with.
Okie dokie then.
And so, I mean, maybe we'll have to deal with that some more, because there wasn't really a whole lot of information that was supplied about the home of the Ket, where they actually came from. only that it was somewhere very distant and may not even have necessarily been. They may not even be naturally from the Andromeda Galaxy.
I mean, it was touched upon that they arrived in Andromeda with what the Angarans say when you first run into them. So if I was to have a little guess at it, I would say they're definitely not from the Andromeda system at all.
Well, also the Angara, they've not actually even explored the entirety of the Andromeda Galaxy. They've been very stuck to a certain region. And not only that, have actually lost a vast majority of their history.
Due to the cat.
No, not just to the cat.
And those remnant vaults.
They, the Scourge also has basically destroyed thousands of years of their history, and basically locked them out of the majority of the Andromeda Galaxy. So they have very little idea of what all actually is out there and how old their civilization actually is. So it's one of those things that was like, okay, so did the Ket originate maybe in a far off spot of the Andromeda Galaxy? And they've traversed through the Scourge to get here, and so suddenly it's just that they arrived in at least our known space of the Andromeda Galaxy, or did they come from another galaxy to Andromeda?
True. It's one of those that you're never really gonna get an explanation for unless they go back to Andromeda and add in those extra details.
I mean, not necessarily, because at least in the initial tease that they gave for Mass Effect 4, it did look like there might be one of the Angara in the Milky Way. So, I mean, it might be possible that we might get some more of that information then, finally. I wouldn't say it's extremely likely, just possible.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've been watching on YouTube about the Mass Effect, upcoming Mass Effect, which is obviously Mass Effect 4, the player is wearing N7 armor, or at least we think it may be the player. Character who we play as is wearing the N7 armor, and it kind of throws into the work, does Ryder maybe get into the N7 with all the hard work that they put in? Because obviously, depending on who you're chosen, who they decide is canon for you to choose, whether it's male Ryder or female Ryder, do they maybe get into the N7 program with how much good work they put in the Andromeda system, and then they take him back from Andromeda to the Milky Way?
Well, the problem is that you can't join N7 in Andromeda. You would first actually have to come back to the Milky Way from Andromeda, because you have to be elected to the position basically by the Citadel. And so the problem with that is that's a 200-year ship ride.
And it has 600 years.
Maybe it's 600 years.
Because if you think about it, you come out of cryo when you get into Helios, which is a system known as Andromeda. the thing there is, you know, they say 600 years.
I couldn't remember how long they said.
I'm pretty sure it's 600 years. I'm just going to have a quick little Google search now so to make sure I'm right.
I mean, you're more than likely right. But even then, 600 years would be what it took them to travel from the Milky Way to there. In theory, they could have found some better technology to make the trip back to the Milky Way faster. But I mean,
about 600 years.
Even then,
and I mean, it did take them about 600 years to get there. And if you think about it this way, that did take place between, inside the Mass Effect trilogy storyline. I don't know if it'll definitely take place before Mass Effect 3, or did it take place after Mass Effect 1 and before Mass Effect 2 or during Mass Effect 2?
It's actually, one of the arcs actually launched as the first Reaper shots were being fired during 3.
Ooh.
So
it starts
all
off,
hell was breaking loose as it was starting up.
And then obviously a 600-year travel to Andromeda, a 600-year travel back. That's sort of like a 1,200-year journey right there.
Yep.
And we don't technically know how long it took the Alliance and the rest of the other species. We don't know how long it took them to defeat the Reapers. Obviously, because Shepard were here, there, everywhere, doing pretty much being the Citadel and making everyone work together.
So
and obviously gathering the resources and upgrading ships and everything like that.
So no, the amount of time it actually took till the end of the entire Reaper War, it actually has an actual figure. But and then pretty much with the destruction ending, everything gets destroyed, Mass Effect gates and all that, and that basically removes everybody's ability for quick travel, making it now take almost years to go from once even close by stars inside the Milky Way. And I do believe destruction is what they decided was the canon ending. For that they're going to be using for Mass Effect 4. And so I mean, it's now more a question of how long does it take the galactic civilization after the event of 3 to kind of rebuild itself.
Yeah. Ooh, that is apparently. Ooh, how long did the Reaper War last? Is this? No. Reaper War, how long? Mass Effect, here we go. Between 3 and 6 months, that is what Google is estimating it as in Mass Effect, the Reaper War, lasting 3 to 6 months.
Yep. It was not a long time at all. And most of that's just thanks to that. Basically, the ending of it is, for the most part, depending unless you took the one kind of hidden ending of I couldn't decide, took too long, and so now it's just all out. Everyone's on their own.
Okay then, never mind. Because if it is what it's saying it is, with Mass Effect 4 taking place, what you say about 1,000 years after
Yep.
Mass Effect 3, because of the knowledge that I have just learnt about Andromeda taking place at the start of the Reaper War, that would mean Ryder would not get back in time for the start of Mass Effect 4, because that Andromeda takes place 600 years after the end of the conclusion to the Reaper War. So,
unless
it may not actually be Ryder as the main protagonist, which is the player we play as.
Well, unless they go through and say that Andromeda, because remnant technology is far more advanced than anyone from the Milky Way has, they find some new way of traveling and thus speed up the travel back to the Milky Way.
True, but that would have to be sped up by an extra... What?
I mean, even if you got a 50%
don't...
increase in thrust of your engines, that would take you from what I'm reading here, specifically according to one of the books, it was a 633-year journey for one of the arcs. So even if you had a 50% increase in power, that would cut that down to about 300 and some odd years.
Which would mean Ryder, he or she, would then get back in time for Mass Effect 4, because you've pretty much gone from over 600 years to over 300 years, so you've pretty much half that journey time.
If not more, depending upon what you find.
True. Oh, I love talking conspiracy theories pretty much about games like Mass Effect, Assassin's Creed. I love it. I absolutely love it.
I generally love talking about lore and potential places where they're going with games myself, so I get it.
Oh yeah, I mean, we have been. Yeah, I came into your stream when you was about 2 hours in. You are now. Let me have a little look. You are now what?
3.5.
3 hours into, pretty much 3.5 hours into your stream right now. So we have been talking Mass Effect lore since I first came into your stream at 2 hours.
Yep. That would be a correct statement.
I'm absolutely loving it.
No, Mass Effect lore is one of the few places where I know at least a fair bit of the lore. You get me on some other areas of some other different series, and I may know quite a bit more. I've actually I've forgotten more things about like Lord of the Rings than most people ever knew. But that's just because I spent a lot of time studying every letter, every short story, every little piece of paper I could find that Tolkien had written, and pretty much almost had it memorized for a long time. And that was just mainly because I loved to roleplay on games, and so I spent a lot of time on Lord of the Rings Online back in the day roleplaying. So it's like, I had to know all that.
I'm just trying to think though. Now, obviously, we all have different opinions about what should maybe happen in Mass Effect 4. What do you think may happen in Mass Effect 4? Do you think there'll be more enemies to face? If so, what enemies do you think we will face in Mass Effect 4? Because I don't think it'd be a Mass Effect without any gunfights in it.
Oh, I mean, I think you could certainly do Mass Effect game without any gunfights if you really wanted to.
I mean, you could, but that wouldn't bring back as many players, I don't think.
No, it certainly would not. Certainly does not have the marketability in that form.
No.
Because, I mean, in general, like, visual novels do not appeal to everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it definitely doesn't. So with that being said, obviously, I think they're definitely going to implement the gunfights into the game in Mass Effect 4. But do you think it's going to be going back to the old formula of the linear sort of style of gameplay that was obviously very, very present in the trilogy? Or do you think they may go towards some sort of open world style of game like Andromeda?
Given what BioWare's been done since... Hey, Kuroi, how are you? Since the end of Mass Effect 3 and all the games that have come out ever since then, I figure there's probably going to be open world. Up in the air of whether or not it'll be any kind of looter shooter. I would say odds are it probably, just because of the way the current gaming market is, it will more than likely have some looter shooter elements to it. We'll know more once of what to probably expect once the next Dragon Age game actually releases.
I mean, I've never played any of the Dragon Age games, so I don't know what they're like, unfortunately.
So, I mean, that Dragon Age has always kind of had this very same concept of progression and where you're going and how everything works mechanically as Mass Effect, only that it's a sword and board in comparison to a run and gun like Mass Effect.
Mm-hmm.
So, once we see this next Dragon Age game come out, we'll know more about what to actually expect mechanically from the next Mass Effect game.
Well, no matter what, the next Mass Effect game will definitely include guns, because I just don't think it'd be a Mass Effect without weapons of some sort.
I mean, I could very much see people, not as many people, but at least some people going through and enjoying like if they did a visual novel in the Mass Effect world. I could see people rather enjoying that, not the amount of people that certainly enjoy the RPG shooter that we've got. But, and I mean, ultimately that's what they're going to try and go for. They're going to try and get as large a market as possible to make the most amount of money. Then again, you can make visual novels for pretty cheap, and so I wouldn't be surprised if you actually end up seeing some at some point.
Yeah. I mean, I think what BioWare will do is they'll do some sort of weaponry in there, and then maybe visual novels down the line. Maybe.
Well, the visual novels idea is more something that they just do as side pieces and probably wouldn't have anything to do with the main the main line at all.
Hmm.
And how are you, Karoy? How was your stream? How'd you enjoy World of Warcraft? What do you find wrong with it if you're only giving it an eh? Now where was I on my other thoughts? Sorry, I got sidetracked by chat.
Don't worry about it. I mean, I would say I'd completely get it, but I haven't streamed in a while, so you know, and when I do tend to stream, I don't usually have anyone on the phone with me, so I completely understand.
Oh, I mean, I rather enjoy having people to talk to. Rotation was boring. I mean, aren't you still... I wasn't paying a whole lot of attention, but, I mean, aren't you still in real early games, so... I mean, you don't really have a chance, really, to get to the more difficult stuff, where I think probably you'd have more of an actual rotation. It don't get much better? Oh, okay. It's been a long time since I played WoW. A long time since I played WoW. I just was never able to get into the role-playing community there, and so... I felt it had almost as bad a community as League of Legends does. Which that community is just outright toxic. Then again, so's the Overwatch community, but I can at least tolerate the Overwatch community. I don't know, I haven't really dealt a whole lot with the Final Fantasy XIV community in a while. I just haven't really had the time.
I need to tell. They need to calm down.
So, like, back to Mass Effect 4 anyway, what do you think, or what would you like to see in Mass Effect 4?
A good story.
Obviously, a good story is it's the foundation of any game. Is a good story. Take the Ezio trilogy for example. Brilliant story, brilliant game, or brilliant games and brilliant story. Well, story runs throughout all of them, but you know, you get my point.
I mean, not ridiculously complicated or difficult, and good story. That's all I want.
Ooh. I'm hoping that we can. I hope we can get on a ship maybe the Normandy. If not the Normandy, maybe it could be the Tempest.
Well, actually, I'm thinking it's the Normandy, because a couple weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago, there for N7 Day, they released a new kind of teaser photo. That was our little teaser GIF of Mass Effect 4. And if you look real close, you see a ship that looks an awful lot like the Normandy in flight in the distance.
I mean, I haven't seen the picture or the GIF as such, so I wouldn't know.
I kind of studied it a fair bit, trying to pick out, because there's a hidden detail here that'll help give you a clue about what's going to happen in the next Mass Effect game. So it's just like I kind of sat and studied it for a little while, trying to go, okay, how does this fit in with what knowledge they've already revealed and what's surmised by people? It's one of the few games where it's like I will more than happily have things spoiled to watch teasers and such for it.
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather not spoil it for myself, but at the same time, I'm wanting to, learn more about what could be possibilities of what may happen in Mass Effect 4. Pardon me again, but what are the possibilities that could happen in Mass Effect 4?
Well, like for me, like they set the next couple Assassin's Creed games, it's like they've told me what period of time they're in and what area of the world they're in. That's all I need to know. After that, I don't need any more information or want any more information.
Yeah. I'm one of those people that when it comes down to Assassin's Creed, I'll watch teasers for it, I'll watch everything and ruin it for myself. So it doesn't really matter. As long if it's Assassin's Creed, I'm gonna watch them and try and learn as much about it as possible.
Nope, I'm just gonna go. Okay, you've told me where it's at. Here's my money. Give me my game. I'll get through all the content that's in there in like 3 or 4 days, and most of the time be happy with the story. There was only a few instances where I really wasn't happy with it.
Is this in Assassin's Creed? Are these stories in Assassin's Creed where you weren't happy with it?
Yeah, I mean, some of the stories of some of the Assassin's Creed games were just, eh.
Okay, which Assassin's Creed stories didn't you like?
Let's see. Unity's was super weak. 3, I just absolutely hated the main character. 2 of the Chronicles games were pretty bad storyline wise. The rest were good to excellent.
Fair enough.
Unity just, its main problem with its story is just there was absolutely no character development.
I mean, I can see where you're coming from with the no character development, but then if you look back to the Ezio trilogy, Edward Kenway, Black Flag, and pardon me, and Origins, that's where you start to see, like, Ubisoft are capable of doing character development.
I mean, most of the games there's character development. Unfortunately, what's his name from 3 is just an outright asshole. So.
What, Connor?
Yeah. Connor's just an outright asshole from beginning to end, and there's no variation in that. Ever. Not really even a reason for him being an asshole, just, I'm being an asshole to be one.
Following the referral from that number.
And so, I mean, that's generally why that's probably one of the weakest entries in the series.
I don't know what the fuck it's for. This referral.
Now, Syndicate, to me, is actually one of the best of the entire series.
What this one needs. See what this one is. Yeah. I need to option.
If you were an Indian in colonial America, you'd want to watch the world burn too. But I mean, that's not even why he's being an asshole. In fact, he's really an asshole to the Native Americans more than he's an asshole to everyone else. You didn't play 3? Honestly, I generally say you don't. Except for the DLC for it's really kind of cool. The Assassination of King George. That was a nice, interesting little alternate history story. Especially since George Washington actually had been offered the option of becoming King of America. But that entire system was decided that that's not what we wanted, so I'm not going to take that position. We'll do set term limits and but I mean, it would have been so much better if Connor would have actually had either reasons for being the way he was, or actually had some development towards something, anything. I mean, even the Templar you play in Rogue had more character development than Connor did. I mean, you do have to kind of explain why someone goes from being an assassin to being a Templar. You only ever beat 1 and 2. Oh, you're missing so much there, Croy. I mean, there's some of the games I'd say you really don't need to play, but some of them I do say that you really should. Although mechanically, probably the most interesting one was Liberty.
I mean, I never played Liberty, so
It was probably the most annoying one to move around in, but mechanically was probably the most different and interesting.
Like I said, I never played Liberty, so you know, I've pretty much played every single Assassin's Creed game, but I never actually got round to playing none of the Chronicles or Liberty. I did play Freedom Cry though.
Chronicles are only really good if you are a platformer and like old school what is it called? Prince of Persia.
I mean, I didn't really play Prince of Persia either, so
have a good night. Well, I mean, I don't know how old you are, but unless you played the old DOS version that I'm talking about.
Well, I'm only 23, so probably not.
Yeah, probably not. But, I mean, it's a 2D, basically, platformer with some mild forms of combat to it.
Cool.
The hardest one of the three being Russia.
Yeah, I don't think they're my type of games, Len, to be honest. I do like the, open worldness of the Assassin's Creed franchise, so...
Yeah, those definitely would not be for you then. They're interesting lore pieces. I mean, Chronicles China actually involves a character that is tied to Ezio. I don't know if you've seen like the little 30-minute, 40-minute little movie, that animated little film that they did about basically the day that Ezio actually died. But he's visited by the very same assassin that's featured in Chronicles China.
Xiao Jun, I think it is, isn't it?
Do what?
I think her name's Xiao Jun in it. Or something
Yeah,
like
something
that.
like that, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's Assassin's Creed Embers, a little 20-minute movie that you're thinking about, that they made at the end of the Ezio trilogy, that little animated series.
It was just like a single 20 or 30-minute film that came out on the special.
The Ezio collection of the game.
No, I didn't get it with the Ezio collection because I never bought the Ezio collection. I think it came on the special edition. At least for me, it came with this on the special edition disc for.
Revelations.
Was Revelations the last? No, Revelations wasn't the last one of the Ezio trilogy.
Yes, it was. It was Assassin's Creed 2, which is Ezio's start life, Brotherhood, which is sort of him maturing into a master assassin, and then Revelations, which was his last game as mentor of the assassins in Constantinople.
And then yes, that's the one that came on the special disc of.
It's a good job you've got me here, otherwise you wouldn't have a fucking clue.
I mix up details. I played through so many things and read so many different things. It's just like the fact I can remember anything at all at times can be just astounding. But thank you for keeping me correct.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm currently on YouTube while on call to you now watching Assassin's Creed Embers, which is the little animated movie of Ezio's death.
Yep. Where he's visited by Shao Jun and...
Oh yeah, why not? It's his little, like, Villa de Auditore, as such.
I think I already said this, but have a good night, crew. I can't remember whether I did or not, but I think I did. If not, it's been said again. But I mean, my only disappointment with the recent announcements for Assassin's Creed is the fact that one of them is a mobile-only title.
If I can remember correctly, that was Codename Jade.
I can't remember which one it was.
Because you've got Codename Red, which is the next flagship title after Mirage, which is set in feudal Japan, and then you've got Codename Hexe, which is rumoured to be set somewhere during the Germanic witch trials, or somewhere around about there.
I thought they were rumoring that as being the Salem witch trials, not the Germanic ones.
Oh, I'm not sure. I think it was Germanic. I'm not too sure though.
Either way would be interesting, but...
Yeah, and then obviously you've got the series on Netflix that's in production. You've got another mobile game which is due out with Netflix as well, which then would leave Codename Jade as the mobile game that you were talking about.
Yeah. I just can't bring myself to actually get into mobile games. So it's just I hate when a mainline a big series like that I rather enjoy puts out a game on mobile. It's just like, son of a.
I'm on the fence about the mobile game.
Oh,
I'm not gonna lie, I'm on the fence about it.
steep of your death.
I mean, it will probably be somewhat decent, make some money.
You must die. My blade thirsts for blood.
But it's just like, I don't mind like little apps that kind of tie into a game. It's just when it's just like its own kind of standalone title.
Yeah, what worries me though is if we don't get this mobile game, we're gonna miss some important fucking information and lore about
Protect me, my
the Assassin's
minion.
Creed franchise as well. So it sort of makes me want to get it, but at the same time, I'm still on the fence about it because I know how buggy and how crappy some of the mobile games are that have been released. So it's sort of like, do I dare?
I mean, I'd pass on just because it's like I'd probably buy it and then just never play it.
I give you a taste
Because
of true despair.
I generally don't have the time or the willingness to sit and stare at my phone screen that much. It's too small of a screen.
Stubborn mortals. Come, fill your lungs.
I'm
Yeah,
much
well-
for. Now, if I had a way of pulling it up on like my computer screen or
Defeated by
my
you.
TV, different story.
Oh yeah, I think it would be a different story though if your Codename Jade was a Xbox game, PC game. Everyone would get it. I just think people are on the fence about it because of it, purely for the fact it's been a mobile game, and mobile games are never really that good.
No, they're generally not, but they're trying to break into more markets.
Yeah.
Because I mean, mobile gaming is actually a very high moneymaker. Not really. I wouldn't say necessarily in Western culture, but
Yeah, and it is Xiaoyun that visits Ezio in Assassin's Creed Embers.
okay. Yeah, I knew whoever visited him at the end during Embers was who Chronicles Chino followed. And so I don't know. I wish they kind of had done a little bit more with Xiao Jun than what they did, because there was so much we could have explored in China that you really don't get the the right feel for with the Chronicles.
Yeah. I'm wondering though, is it gonna be sort of like an open world mobile Assassin's Creed game, or is it gonna be a platformer Assassin's mobile game?
I mean, both types of games exist on mobile already, so it's just a matter of whether or not, how much money are they willing to put behind the development of this game.
Yeah, true.
I mean, if they're going to put the money into it, it'll probably be an open world mobile game. If they're just trying to slap something together, basically as a money grab, it's going to be a platformer. I mean, at least to me, the platformer would be a little more doable for me as a mobile game, just because, like I said, I can't spend a whole lot of time on mobile games.
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, what few mobile games I own, I think are like mobile versions of Secret of Mana and like Final Fantasy IV. Pretty much old school RPGs.
Yeah. Ghost.
Okay. Actually, I think I'm going to call it a night.
I'm guessing you're getting tired.
It's a little bit of that, and a little bit of I just need to get up and move around.
Yeah, fair enough.
And so it's kind of like, I think I'm at that point. I mean, also, it's 4:30 in the morning. I need to start winding down soon anyways. So, hey, thanks for joining me here in chat and talking with me for a little while.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure we had fun delving into what may happen in Mass Effect 4 and going into a bit more on Assassin's Creed and all that, so...
Well, I mean, I do rather enjoy that, so...
Yeah. I'm just thinking though now, if I should... continue with everything like I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying now.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, I started off on a rant about if I should continue, you know, if I should continue playing Mass Effect Andromeda. I think I was going to say I'll change games a little bit and then come back to it, but I am liking Mass Effect Andromeda. It's just the grind that is buffing it out a bit longer than I expected.
Yeah. It can definitely add a bunch of time to it. It also is fun when you actually decide to end up going through and doing that grind. Because if you wait till basically like you're basically at the end game, you're so pretty much overpowered, you just kind of steamrolled over it all and it goes by pretty quick.
Yeah.